Good morning. This is the last day of our FIS week. We have here the comments, and now we are going to have the topic, which is a very interesting topic, something new in Brazil, accountable care organization, essential elements for its implementation. The panel will be moderated by the Institutional Affairs Director of ASK, Vilma Dias, and we also have Maureen Lewis, CEO of Acesso Global, and Carla Biagioni, Technical Director of ASQ. Hello, good morning. I'm delighted to be here this morning to share this panel with Carla and Maureen. Thank you very much for being here with us. I would also like to thank Josie Villan and Rodrigo and the team for their invitation. And let me also thank our two guest speakers. For the next 40 minutes, we are going to talk about accountable care organizations, or ACO. Why is it an important topic? Brazil is a developing country. We still have a number of problems of health funding in terms of private and health care and public care, and we have to focus on initiatives that can provide better results and use resources wisely. Accountable care organizations propose a better use of resources. There is not a very wide range of services. Patients are just closely monitored. There is some navigation behind it, and there is also a changing purpose, different ways to negotiate, to pay, and also to measure health outcomes. And the perception of beneficiaries is constantly monitored. There are a number of changes, and in my opinion, we need to find people and providers that can follow along with the same purpose, which is to deliver triple aim: high quality, value, improve the perception of care at a fair price without waste. But to deep dive, I would like to open with our guests, starting with Maureen Lewis. She is a PhD in economy, Johns Hopkins University and Executive School, Harvard Business School. She is an ACO of CEO of Acesso Global, which focus on health issues for the private and public sector in emerging markets, supporting the government, companies, and investors, and not-for-profit organizations in health issues. It is focused on improving quality, tax, and health performance. She's also a specialist in value-based care. Before founding Acesso Global, she spent 20 years in the World Bank, where she has taken many positions. She was head of human capital in Europe, Asia, and key economist in Latin America and the Caribbean. She was a senior manager of the Center for Global Development, and before that, she was associate researcher of the Urban Institute. Working in Latin America, she also published a number of health books, also the impact of pandemic, HIV/AIDS economy, politics of health, and she has many papers published in different topics on health. So please check her publications online. She's a member of USAGA, ABS-GENE, and also the Foreign Trade Board. Welcome, Dr. Lewis. Well, consider your experience, your knowledge in using ACO. What would be absolutely needed in an ACO to really deliver triple aim and everything else we have in mind? What are the paradigms that we have to break to be able to have successful ACO? How long does it take for it all to become a reality? Thank you very much, Vilma, and thank you for the organizing committee. I'm really glad to be part of this panel. I always like to speak in Brazil. I'd rather be in person than here, but well, anyway. ACO is something new, something that we didn't used to have 20 years ago. It resulted from the concerns in the US to improve quality and cost control. It resulted from Obamacare. So triple aim and ACO, it all emerged from the Obamacare. ACO resulted from experiment in improving the quality and really taking patient in center care. It emerged from physicians groups, which were not very good at managing. There was no informatics, there was not enough information about what was going on. It started as a partnership between an HMO, for example, and physicians. And together they created an organization which provides more care, better management, which is absolutely essential, and focusing on triple aim, especially geared to primary care, and also bringing innovation in primary care services. Finally, it can only be achieved if there is an integrated information-based system with patient information, funding, and also with a specific payment model to providers. In Brazil, it has always been fee-for-service. In this case, we have a partnership between the clinicians providing care and the management group, which is specialized in doing it. So this group of managers, they use, and it's not only when HMO, there might be different HMOs partnering with this group of clinicians. The managers brought more understanding of quality, of productivity, of measurement, management, and information technology. And finally, the payment model. So we have information technology, innovation in service provision, stronger management, and a different compensation model. We can talk more about all these pillars because they are all important, but let me start with compensation model. Everything, of course, has already been tried in Brazil, but the pay for performance, for example, it's really important to bring incentives or bundle payment, which is another option, capitation for an overall budget for hospitals, but they are all correlated with information technology and also performance measures. Without that, there is no ACO. So these are the foundations to create an ACO. Without those elements, there is no effective ACO. So quality, patient monitoring, outcome monitoring, these are all essential elements. Of course, we can go in more details, but this would be the fundamentals, in my opinion. Well, thank you. We'll definitely be back because you've addressed some points which I think we should deep dive. Let me now hand it over to Carla so that she can support us. She is a technical director here at ASCII. She is a physician, graduated at Gama Filho in Rio de Janeiro. She has her training in gynecology and obstetrician. She's been in the private market since 2005, working in different HMOs, medical cooperatives, and also dealing with invoicing, network, really organizing service provision. How is it provided, how it's compensated, etc. She also has experience in coming up with new compensation models in organizing healthcare. She's been in the market for 16 years, always focused on having a more sustainable journey. Based on what we have said and what we've heard from Dr. Lewis, which are the key elements for a successful implementation of ACO in Brazil? Of course, considering the market needs, our reality, the needs of HMOs, providers, patients, and ultimately, of course, also the payers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maureen, for the opportunity to share this panel with you. Well, Velma, I think it's important to emphasize how our country works. We are the 8th largest population in terms of healthcare market in the world. It's a very important position, and we are the 4th largest country in terms of number of physicians. So things have to be done so that we can provide sustainable and high quality care. I believe we are the only country with a free universal healthcare system from primary care to quaternary care. But there are 47 million lives also covered by private healthcare services. And this market has to be reorganized so that we can deliver better results. There is a profile of patients who are willing to demand quality, and I believe our physicians have realized that, and they are working together to provide better results. To organize healthcare and to really have the ACO model implemented in Brazil, we should include exactly what Maureen has just said. Providers sharing the same concept of care with appropriate measurement and favorable outcomes from beginning to end. And as we are addressing such a large population, we also have to have population management. We really have to understand who we are caring for and the different regional differences. Brazil is a very large country, and as such, there are specificities, there are health situations that differ from region to region. And this is how we have to adjust our line of cares. But as you pointed out, Vilma, our technical team has to understand this change in philosophy. So appropriate arrival of patients, health promotion, prevention of disease, and as such, we have, let's say, a well-known journey of care shared by patient and provider. As Maureen pointed out, it is also patient-centered care. Patients will be aware of what's going to happen rather than just trying to find the best way to go. So we need an integrated team and all supported by technology so that everyone can be on the same page and know exactly what's happening with the patient in his or her journey. So these are the main pillars for us to really have a successful ACO in Brazil. There are 2 points that have really attracted my attention. The importance of measuring, also performance-based pay, so based on KPIs. So how can we adjust KPIs at primary care, secondary, tertiary care? How can we organize it? How can it be agreed with the players that are part of the ACO and using as a reference the US and Brazil? Finally, how can we deal with the difference in performance? Because there are many clinicians, many providers, we are measuring their performance, and we might come across gaps, let's say opportunities for improvement. How can we deal with them, considering the different providers in an ethical fashion so that we can really promote top quality care? You go first, Maureen, please.
Is this within an ACO or in general? Okay, fine, because I think that this is doable to do it within an ACO, because the idea is that the group has an accountability amongst them, accountability, which is something that you're going to have penalties or that is linked to performance. This is part of the idea of ACO. And with all the measures that KPIs, there are many types of metrics in financing and care and also management. All of this you have information on. I don't like this, or this is wrong. This is not like that. So we have clinical practice that is very well defined, and everyone has to follow these way of protocols. Thank you. Help using the term in English helps. So these are fundamental, these protocols. So ACO, you know who's following what with what patient, what are the results with the patients. It's within ACO, they have great incentive to improve clinical practice and management at the same time. And there's a way of doing that, which is called shared savings. And so with a strong management, with IT, with a change in practice, and also having a defined population group. It is the management of the population. And when you have that, you know the savings you have compared to the previous year, the year before, and you know how much you're spending and the quality of the service being provided. And when the service is better, differentiated and high quality, because part of this is following up the patient. So there are patients that are healthier, so we don't use the system a lot, and the time passes, and this is split amongst the members of ACO. And they have an incentive of ensuring. So how are we going to manage that? And one thing I think is fundamental, which is quite different, the number of doctors. In ACOs, there are many more nurses than doctors. They do the management, the clinical part with the patients. They follow up the patients, and all of this improves the performance and also the quality for patients, because they have more care that is cheaper and the doctor and the group is gaining because time passes and patients are gaining because there are fewer problems with gaps with performance because everything is defined. Perfect. Thank you, Maureen. Carla, your remarks. As Maureen puts it, if we have great navigators that are the nurses that create a bond with the patients and make them understand that the need is to talk with this bond first before seeking care. And I reference this service to correct specialty if necessary. I create there a much appropriate care and much more satisfactory. The patient has better access. As we always defend in this model, right, Maureen? Primary care is very present. The entrance door, primary health care being the entrance door for this model is essential. That's where I'm going to create all my indicators, considering the portfolio that is serviced, the providers that are being part, whom I reference, the counter reference, and clinical outcomes will be much more appropriate. So I thus create an appropriate journey for this treatment. So I make the savings, as Maureen put it, a very appropriate term. It is a savings because I'm providing appropriate care in the beginning, and I can provide much better quality care at a higher cost if necessary, because I have savings for that. I can develop this activity in a much smoother way. It is important for us to understand that the model moves from the hospital-centric model. So at first, it may scare people because the hospital ceases to have the greater care. So my greatest volume is in primary care by nurses and other multidisciplinary teams that are going to provide all the support. And the doctor becomes a character, a detail, say, of this action that will happen at a certain time, just as hospitalizations and procedures. With the pandemic, we've observed this change in the model. I think it's been imposed during the pandemic, and now it's starting to sort of settle down, and the population is understanding their need to care for themselves and not run after emergency, because I have previous care for that. And for this, the pandemic will help us. It will bring this positive, and perhaps it will be easier for us to implement this model in Brazil, where we have several other players as the national agency of health that is regulating the whole movement. And today I understand the national agency as an advocate of the model, obviously for the quality of the care. Perfect. Within everything we're saying, people know that an ACO, we don't have a broad network of service providers. We have an organized way with a smaller number of providers that are responsible for this population. Maureen, tell us a bit about concept of providers in and providers out. When do we need to have providers out? When does an ACO hire a provider that for a given service that does not exist in the ACO? Who's in the ACO and who's out the ACO? Carla, if you want to add later, this for Brazil, how we can work on it. Thinking about this, addressing a bit the differences in the contracting of these players in the supply chain to enable an ACO to happen. Thank you. Interesting question. The ACOs are closed groups with only a practice of doctors that in their majority have specialization or have special and the primary care. Within ACOs, there may be hospitals. Some have more than one and some are quite big. The difference is huge because there are small ones that only have doctors and some specialized, and the smaller groups that do not, they are in. They are part of the ACO, and the ACO is hiring some experts outside with all hospitals. This is quite common. The hospital is not part, and there is a lot of research today in the US about this, whether the hospital is in or out, because the goals are different. For the medical group, well, the owners actually of the ACO in partnership with the other management group. So it is interesting that during COVID, the ACOs that does not have many hospitals had a contract for overflow. When there are too many patients, they had a contract with other hospitals that they can hire with a predefined price to expand the network they have. And this works very well for some of them, and others do not have these contracts. They do not have these agreements, and they faced problems because they had to send to or refer to an emergency room that was out. And then this is not part or anymore part of the ACO. So this definition of ACO, this is very important. You have to think about who's in and who's out. The ACO is not just doctors or hospitals or experts that want to work together. This is good, okay? But this is not ACO because we don't have this management and this IT, and there are non-predefined activities in terms of in and out. And I think this is a topic that is being very much discussed in the US, but I think in Brazil it is fundamental because Brazil is adapting new models to know what you are adapting. This is one of the lines that I think is important. Thank you, Maureen. Well, Carla, well, just sharing with everyone, we have the need to have a global coverage. I cannot leave the patient without care. So within an ACO here, it is possible for me to hire differentiated services. So I have a provider, a large hospital, a general hospital, where I'm going to carry out most of my procedures, but I can hire using a term of hours or accredit specialized service outside this context, outside the providers. It would be an out provider, contractor, so that I could have this kind of care. Examples for that are great transplantations, coronary, very specialized coronary services, and even emergency care when I have to have it and provide it because the portfolio is a bit more distantly relocated, but also always integrating information, reference against reference, access to that, and combined outcomes. And this is what we would be bringing here to our model. Right, Maureen, we've been working very much within a viewpoint of full ACO, hospital being inside. I had an opportunity of visiting an ACO in the US where there were hospitals of low complexity, primary, secondary care, and low complexity hospitals. And they hired more hospitals of greater complexity. As you said, there are many evaluations of this in the US. Could you share with us a bit of these results of these evaluations, what has been found when you have these different providers within the ACO, and then how can we deal with that? And for Carla, for us to work a bit on the KPIs. In Brazil, we do not have the culture of measuring the effectiveness of clinical outcomes and bringing them to an evidence to the extent that we have a different compensation according to the results. What challenges do we face to actually implement an ACO, taking that into consideration? Well, thank you. About the studies, when there are hospitals of high complexity within an ACO, they have fewer than hospitals that do not have complexity in them, because there is care or tension between incentives to the group of doctors and also for the HMOs or health insurance, and those that use high complexity hospitals when they are in ACOs. So, and this provides a difficulty to improve quality and control, cost control. And so it's okay with that, but still they have this design in ACOs because it varies. Remember, in the US, just like in Brazil, they have several health insurance providers, medical groups, hospitals, and the ACOs are outlining a group amongst them to coordinate and create an ACO. We have a lot of people out, and doctors in ACOs, they do things out, but most do not do that. But we have all kinds and sorts. And since the ACOs are working in various health insurance, not only with partners, or only one or two. That's quite common. So I think that it is still a question that has to be tested, but there is a trend that shows that it is better to have low complexity hospitals in ACOs. I'd like to touch something. This measurement that Vilma you're talking about is not common in the US, not everywhere. But this change in the studies that have been carried out on low quality in the US system in the year 2000, all of this has greatly changed. This, I think, has been a change for the country and for health. And there is great variation, and I believe this will continue. It is common in systems like Brazil and the US with great innovation, a lot of creativity. Carla. Exactly. This is the greatest difficulty. It's a size that we have, everybody, and it is very creative. The system is very creative, and this is good. Well, Vilma, going back to the KPIs, there are key indicators responsible to make us have an appropriate management of all the process. That's not easy. Each provider that we talked to, we have a discussion on the main indicators to follow up the care service process within the structure geared to clinical practice and outcomes, as well as on the customers or patient satisfaction. This is very much measured so that we can follow what has actually been provided, reminding you that our final goal is to deliver best quality of service and provide the best in service for the beneficiary. Not only cost. Cost becomes a consequence of everything we've been doing. So for each institution, we define key indicators for follow-up, and for that, it is very important for us to have a clinical manager to follow this journey within the structure, as well as within those that are funding. I'm going to use this term, this financing agent that actually to us, well, tropicalizing the term, it would be what ASK does to follow the management of the whole process, not managing, follow the management and measurement of the whole, the work done. For that, KPIs are super important within every situation, and at the end of a given period that we're going to make an agreement with providers, we should actually close we're going to have to see if there has been benefit, if there has been savings, or has there been greater waste? What is the point or improvement point so that we can make it happen? This savings and better service provided to patient. I think this is it. We know there is a cultural thing. We know things cannot change for overnight. We have to organize our health system in complementary health, a historic way, so that people can actually buy these services. So we have several modalities of operators that work in specific ways. So we have some challenges to find this network of providers that have this purpose, that have this acceptance, and we have been seeking that. We are identifying, we do have, well, many people want to make a difference and understand what Maureen has shared with us of structuring elements for an ACO so that we can do this well. And Maureen, I focused on the 4 points that you've brought. So restoring or reforming and innovating care. So having the system with interoperability, which we can, the system actually makes this management easier, the view, and actually viewing the gaps. What is good and where do we have gaps that we need to work on for an improvement? Another point that you've highlighted were payment models. Yes, working with the payment for performance, pay for performance, capitation, global budget for hospitals, which is another way of compensating that requires a study here too, and actually having this effective management. And here to us, it is important to talk about navigation. So the work that people do to, so that we have appropriate time with the appropriate provider, with the culture of our population. The culture of our population is very much towards a lot of use of ER, and so we have to be very close to be able to make a difference. I thank you all, and thank you FIS or FIS for the invitation, and I'd like to hand over to you for your 1 minute final remark. Thank you very much, Vilma. This has been an excellent panel. I like this conversation very much. This cultural change is fundamental. You're totally right. And a change like this is quite difficult, but you always have innovators, pioneers, and they're going to first show that they can do something, they can gain, and everything will be better. But this change is difficult. but you already have elements of this in Brazil. So we have groups that are part of this. And I'm not going to talk about this because there's no time, but I think this experience of some of the closed plans, group medicine, some of them have elements of that are quite important in São Paulo and Rio and Minas Gerais. And so I am very confident that in Brazil, you will be able to adapt this and experiment with it, because this is the Brazilian way. And I think this model has great value in Brazil and throughout Latin America, because this model is good for low-income people and high-income people. We see this in the US and also in the UK. So it is a model that has value for Brazil and for the population. So thank you very much. Carla, up to you. Thank you very much. I'm going to be very brief because I think we're about to end. I love taking part because we've contributed greatly. Well, Maureen brings his whole experience, a whole life talking about this, and we are frequent encouragers of ACO in Brazil. We study a lot about the topic. We believe, as Maureen said, our population, just as many others, would be very much benefited by this new model. And I'm totally available if you want to talk further. I think people will have our emails and our contact info. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud4healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos, em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil, de desenvolver o mercado antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender Fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso Oasis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Just trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fina Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos, proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos, realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano e movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais.
We carry on with commits. The panel that we are going to hear now is by Cortex-Med, ensuring sustainability of the system thanks to information and innovation. We have Mark Bossett, Senior Professor of Economy and Health Management at Unifesp. We also have Guilherme Gilman of eHealth Mentor Institute and Hans Fernand, Head of the medical area of Health Tech Vita. Morning. Let's start our panel. I'd like to start by thanking Chausier and the team of FIS Initiative for having invited me to be here. And we are going to talk about how to ensure sustainability of system through access to innovation. We have here 2 dear friends. It's great to see them in this difficult 1.5 years that we've all had. And because of that, we haven't been interacting so frequently in meetings and events that we were normally together. We have Guilherme Hummel, who is has a postgrad in information system, over 21 years experience in digital health, and he is head and mentor of eHealth Mentor Institute. And he's the author of many books on the topic. We also have Hans Fernando. He is a researcher in health, a manager in population health. He has experience in public health and private health. To present, he is the head of the medical area of the Health Tech Vita. We're going to have here a conversation on the topic. I'd like to briefly introduce some generic points about that, and then I'm going to give you 10 or 14 minutes to each of our guest speakers. And finally, we are going to have the questions sent from the participants. Let me start by addressing sustainability of the health system thanks to access to innovation. I think it's a very relevant topic. And in my understanding, I would rephrase it as saying ensuring health sustainability through access to data, information, and knowledge. Innovation would be the enabler of this continuum that would be required for us to have a sustainable system. Healthcare generates a lot of knowledge all the time. We can no longer really keep up with the changes, and all these new creations using existing technology and future technologies are going to help us make decisions in the system. Our health system is fully fragmented, and I would like also to hear from them about how innovation can help us integrate the system. How can we really help have a better integrated system? So these are some of my initial remarks. I think that innovation is still fragmented, sometimes simply meeting the specific interests of all the stakeholders of healthcare. And our challenge is how can we bring together all these innovations and translating them into a better experience of health users, leading to enhanced quality of life and also increasing their life expectancy. There are many challenges in healthcare systems today, and there are a number of tools that can be quite helpful. I would like to ask Guilherme to go first to share his thoughts with us, and then Hans. And finally, we can talk and interact about what we hear from them. Thank you, Guilherme. Thank you, Hans, for your time and availability. And I'm sure we are going to learn a lot from you this morning. Thank you. Thank you, Marcus. It's great to be here with you, and Hans, thank you, FIS, for the invitation. Very great content. Kudos to you, Josie. Well, in 10-15 minutes, we won't be able to solve the problems of healthcare in our session. At least we can discuss and come up with food for thought. And I'm going to start about addressing time, so that these innovations, which are outside from healthcare chain, can come into the market. My whole life, I studied in a kind of school based on the thoughts of the Christian thinkers. And I hated St. Augustine and all of that. I really hated it. When I was writing my second book, I had to think about time, and I had to go back to St. Augustine and understand it back, because he was one of the main thinkers about time in society. Things were very simple to him. The only existing time is present. Past is only in our mind when we bring it to it. And the future, likewise, is just a mental projection, whatever you call it, but none of them exist. If we are here and we just recall a moment we were together, we are going to remember it right now. The next moment it has all become past. So the past doesn't exist. And this is why he talks about present of the past, present of the future, and present of the present. To St. Augustine, only the present exists. I'm going to quote Silvio Mira to think about present and future. And he uses a very important expression. He says, the future comes from the future. Our cognitive sense thinks about past, present, and future, but because of the speed of transformation, as Marco pointed out, as a result of this cyclorhythm, the difference of the century, and because of the pandemic, the future is no longer coming from the present or the past. It's coming from the future, really. And I could give you an example from telemedicine. We worked 10 or 15 years that we really wanted to have telemedicine. And suddenly the pandemic came, and 4 months later, the whole healthcare chain was either using or providing telemedicine services. So a transformation happened outside healthcare chain that end up transforming it. I'm going to use some tools from his. There's no cloud, no video. And if I don't explain with that, okay, I won't be able to explain it anyway. According to St. Augustine, this is a coaster. And let's try to understand it as being our present. We are all here, including the 3 of us. And this is where I can put all the healthcare chain, all companies and public systems. So our cognitive sense says that present and future gets out of the present. It becomes future, but it emerges from present. And Silvio says, no, it's not quite so. The future comes from the future. It crosses the boundaries and gets to you. And there are many examples that we can see in healthcare market that can be explained through that. Marcus, who is a health economist, he's constantly talking about medical regulation, transformation, physicians' compensation. So what happens? It's here in the present to be prospected in the future, but it hasn't happened yet for many reasons. However, what happened? Open banking, open finance, open insurance, a number of things which were not part of our journey and got to our present. And they are bringing a number of factors into healthcare. The same with electronic health records. We used to believe that it would be something, an axiom to the system, and we translated that by planning and implementing and bringing the tool to the future. What happened? It didn't come. Now we have metadata, we have virtual reality, and a number of other technologies to some extent really consider the importance of the medical record. And I think that this is the only solution to avoid fragmentation in health. But ultimately, all of us are daily bombarded by a number of exogenous factors outside our market, company, health, that end up interfering in healthcare and transform it. So what is the suggestion that I would like to make to think about innovation? It doesn't matter if it's a health tech, incumbent, or a city department. The energy of the company is here at present being allocated to solve the problems of the company. we have to make the company get to the next day. And all these problems are problems from the past, not of the future, because we don't know which of them will come to us. Some are here, transforming, but most of them we don't understand yet. Recently, I took part in a MIT Sloan Management, the following information. 80% of all opportunities, of all disruptive innovations that exist in the industry of service are here in the crown, outside the frontiers of the company. You see, it's as if the future came here, future got here, the other one here, and some of them get very close, and they get even before we absorb the shock. So to make sure we can have better access and more innovation into healthcare, considering primary private health, because it's a greater problem than public health, in my opinion. So I think all companies in the industry should bring together teams, people, and entity within their frontiers, investigating 24/7 to identify the nano opportunities around it. They are nano opportunities. They are, let's say, satellite of opportunities that gravitate around companies. Telemedicine, when it was getting here, there were dozen hospitals in São Paulo which were prepared for telemedicine. They were using telemedicine. They already had a level of investigation to know what the frontiers, the borders could absorb. When the future just arrived at the door, they were prepared for it. So health techs can do it. Most of the transforming power and competence are just used to investigate the borders. Incumbents stay here, spending energy just to making sure that the company can get to the next day. And health techs, such as fintechs, have it in the economic area. It's a comfortable position, so to speak, where they can investigate the future. So I think we should include it's no use saying, well, the CIO, the executive director is paying attention. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about digital pathogens, people who are there on the borders of the company in real time, identifying all these small and minor transformations that are hitting, and they are going to transform the market. And I would like to quote Drucker, the good old Peter Drucker. In the 80s, before he passed away, he wrote a brilliant book. Innovation is transformation, behavior transformation within the chain, done by suppliers or consumers. Nothing to do with technology, even though technology can be an accelerator. So innovation is what? Behavior transformation. And going back to the example of telemedicine, telemedicine today has no difference from what we used to have 10 years ago. But what has changed? The behavior of the players in accepting the new idea, both consumers and suppliers. So the innovation that just invaded abruptly our market in this 20 months of the pandemic was a behavioral change and not a technology change. I see no new technology, no artificial intelligence, machine learning, nothing. What has changed is the behavioral and cultural understanding of the chain of accepting and getting connected on the borders to understand what's going on. The borders are here, interacting with the market, with competitors. So here, closer or apart, so they can see the same borders that we can, and also with consumers. Investigating the transformations that consumers are willing to embrace. And to close, just an example. 10 years ago, In 3 years ago, in 2019, almost all HMOs and hospitals, they wanted to have, and they had it as a mission to improve the service provided to patients. It's like a mantra. I really need to help the patient get cured. I have to offer treatment procedures. 20 months later, we have been through huge transformations in terms of self-care. And everyone realizes self-care differently from what we used to believe 20 months ago. So what is on the border? And we have to understand, companies have to understand, what am I going to do now to support self-care of consumers who are much more focused on it than they used to 20 months ago? These elements are the facilitators, the enablers for us to improve healthcare system, primarily the private care. And I think that if private care, it just moves on a little bit, 47 million users, and it's been so for 10 years. It has to be perceived. Am I really paying attention to what's going on with the market? Was I really understanding what was happening with the low-income medical clinics? Has the company realized that I would like to have someone come to my home and collect my labs? Transformations, they capture stakeholders from healthcare and prevent stakeholders from thinking about innovation. And then I get here at FIS, I see so many sessions, everybody agree, but the actions do not happen. They still do not happen. We are here just talking. And going back to St. Augustine, and this is why a health tech is important in our times, because all the concept of conditions to make a transformation, all our power of transformation and the conditions that the company have to transform are really strong, especially of incumbents, but not of great interest. And health tech, conversely, it cannot maybe make transformations and really subvert the system. However, they are interested in doing it. And this is why they are always one step ahead of the main players in the market. Historically, and I'm sure that's not going to be different now. Now, Marcus, thank you very much.
Thank you, Guilherme. You've brought several interesting points, generating a reflection. And the last point, there is always a question. Why this world in fast transformation finds in practice on the day-to-day in a system that faces huge difficulties the implementation of what is already available. Of course, many things have arrived, but as you stressed in your this sort of outer figure, this difficulty of penetration, in fact, of this innovation to provide some kind of gain or in care as a whole. In the private, we can observe that, but transformation and the impact of it, the whole, and we have to remember the term of sustainability in its full sense. We are still to see that. I have another question, but I'm going to hand over to Hans. Thank again. Well, you have your 10, 12 minutes of presentation, then we'll go back to a chat based on the topic that we are discussing. Well, now, good afternoon, everyone. It is to be with you to meet you. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Josier, and all the FIS organization for the invitation to be here. It's always very good, and we always have great learnings. Guilherme, I believe that the three of us, have never sat down to that. But your speech is wonderful. Before you ended, I wanted to congratulate you, and you see that it's not rhetoric. Actually, it is, well, because I would say that all the concepts that you bring here, I can actually live in my health tech life. So it is quite impressive to see the depth and quality of your analysis, how realistic it is. And the sort of the edge image is quite wonderful. I actually, after you said, I think I should change a bit the direction of my talk. So we have been talking a lot about from health techs, and we have been making some correct actions more than wrong actions. So let me add to what you've said. The first thing, the St. Augustine, the future, present, and past, wonderful reference to bring it up. And actually, the edge closing with the MI Well, this has been the learning very much on the concepts that you put. It is in the sense of our having, what we have on the edge with well, since it's a technology company, what makes me alert is that when we have that innovation, what is the opportunity? What is the concept? Actually, how can it actually, as in very concept, in very sound concept, yet it is a counter sense for you to use sound concepts, but it's a safe path for you to expand your edge from time to time. What do I mean by that? We, for example, our gateway is primary care, is that if organized, we've understood in the running of the history. In the practical sense, the technical opportunities that we can enjoy in the practical sense, they should impact significantly, for example, in the attributes, fundamental attributes. What is the impact it has on access in this longitudinal feature? What impact it brings to integrality of the service, for example? If we can observe that certain things will have significant impact in such fundamental aspects like primary care and other examples we can give to other levels of care, very likely they will they will bring benefit to the business, to patients overall. I say very likely because you've also addressed this thing, and this is one of the aspects for you to which ensures that the individual is in the border, that you can observe them minimally, a trend in your change of behavior. If you don't minimally have a change in behavior, probably it's not so in the border as you would imagine. Perhaps technologically, perhaps from the standpoint of the logic of your business itself, but when you get to people, that is the fundamental stage. Again, the cycle can be so long that may not be feasible. So, to seek this border, strengthening concept where we can step clearly and confidently, perhaps is the fastest and safest way for us to innovate. This is what I have seen. This is the experience I have been accumulating the past 3 months. And I think a lot about a conversation I had. Some people know about it, but some years ago, I had a conversation with a great CEO of a large organization, US organization, with great experience. He had just given a dense talk towards encouraging his organization towards organization. Let's be bold and innovate. It was very strong. And after his talk, I got in touch with him and I had the opportunity of interacting with him for 30 minutes. And the question I wanted to ask him was how he differentiated courage from craziness or madness. So, well, if you have to take risk, well, people may think that it's sort of jumping out of the window. And he has this sort of habit of sort of going over his hair and said, funny, I'm looking at my organization and I've been looking into that for, 4, 5, 6 months. And nobody has ever asked me this question. I hope it hasn't been bad. It's a good provocation, but I'm going to answer you. My answer. Everything. So whatever has a volume, something a river, when it's a big, great river to great challenge to be crossed. Well, you have the challenge of that. The crazy will just jump there, will start swimming desperately to get to the other bank and deliver the task that has been given. The brave guy will take some time, will look and try to map where is there a stone, a branch, so which place they have to swim, and they will at least map it out to identify your border, Guilherme. Ultimately, this is what we're talking about here. And even make a test or, on the bank or the border, that micro community, some beneficiaries, and actually runs a better test to see if it works precisely. So I think to be brave at this time is to innovate, strengthening the concept, especially in complementary health. So we still have a huge challenge for the most concept. So for the strengthening of the concept, if you can get a point that Marcus has brought that has been fundamental, no longer have an isolated solution to resolve a problem. When you build an integrated solution for all the activities, for all the events that make up the frequency of events in a given health system, then it seems that you're moving towards something that actually, well, this is my expectation, bringing something, in my opinion, living that you can actually bring a reality that is a bit different and a step forward, considering what we have today. Obviously, it's very difficult for you to start with everything integrated, having a health system, considering all its broadness and have everything integrated. It won't be possible. So we have to have this path moving from people, have information around people, and as we encompass in terms of variety, all these primary care actions, coordination of care, specialized visits, procedures, etc., hospitalization, until you have a minimally integrated ecosystem. It doesn't have to be. Sometimes we want more than we actually need. So, you have a clinical record that's necessary. So you need to have good structured information of what's happened in that hospitalization. That's a great leap compared to what we have today. It's another border. So this is the expectation today that we have. And that's a project like this that we have been developing, that we've had the opportunity to participate. And I'm going to get the recording of our conversation here and benefit the opening remarks of Marcos and Guilherme's remarks so that we can share there with such brilliant concepts by both of you. I'm going to stop here, otherwise we won't have time for our chat. Once again, my super thanks to be here with you, and thank you very much for all the learnings. Thank you very much, Hans. You brought interesting points, complementing and even adding to what Guilherme mentioned within that model on the border. From the beginning, and after listening to you, I took some notes, and I'm going to make some provocations with now no specific order. Feel free to comment on them. Perhaps I kind of took note of 4 or 5 points for us to debate a bit before we get questions from our colleagues in the audience. The first of them, of Guilherme's talk, added by Hans's talk, reminded me of a class I attended in an MBA of Business Strategic Management 25 years ago, kind of, in São Paulo. After actually moving into economics, it was perhaps an MBA that introduced me a bit in the life of business, and I learned a lot. And I remember one of the lessons, it was a session with professionals from different companies here in Brazil, and each one of them contributed in a spectacular way, bringing or sharing their experiences in one of the classes. And I remember it was at this time, a bit over 25 years ago, he brought up the following challenge to all the students. We were 25 in the classroom. He said, I'd like you to think about something about the future, some technology, something that will happen that you believe that does not exist today, and some time for debate. And then the students debated, and each one had to present an idea of future. What was the take home from the class? Very funny that everything that had been said, this professor was a great scholar and studied a lot of innovations at the time, and the incorporation of everything very much tuned in to what was happening. It was finding that everything that was being said about the future somehow already existed at the time of our conversation. So this is very much connected to what Guilherme said, the aspect of present today. Things that we do today, looking into the future, it's very much tied to what we have experienced, to what we experience in the future. Of course, we don't have experience of certain things. The access to information allows us to imagine. And this imaginary of ours, at that time at least, would not go very far. Do you believe that this is still valid today? And why perhaps this difficulty of our looking into this future? Do you think we are not looking into our present so well, and the problems that we have today. So this is a question that I'd like to bring up, and I ask a second question, perhaps Hans can share with us, and perhaps Guilherme would address that a bit. In Guilherme's speech, he mentioned that he sees perhaps the aspect of innovation as a greater problem in the complementary system, from what I understood, than the problems of our public system. If we consider that we have this single health system and we have two parts and we move about both of them and the difficulties of sustainability of the system, the public, not only because it is bigger and much more present in our territory as a whole, why this impression of being a greater problem to the complementary system? Because the system perhaps has conditions, at least theoretically, of innovating more than the public system. Because in my view, they may have heads that make decisions much more easily and readily with conditions than the very public system with its own difficulties. So I'd like to address these two topics with you to start with and see what you think about this. As to your first question, I have great difficulty, Marcus, of looking into the short-term future. To be frank, I'm not interested in what's happening in 2-3 years. I don't live and don't dwell there. Political, social conditions, even technological conditions, they are dated. Any technology, any new technology that goes into the process has an entrance and exit date. This is a finding. My world is always a world of thinking about mid and long term. Actually, I think our great problem in the national health system, public or private, is because we always think in the short term. We always want to resolve the problems that are emerging. And there is nobody on the outside to think about what's happening way into the future. So since complementary health, so what has been happening? There's a huge concentration, few players in the market, and they sort of let go and lean back in this situation and do not have an investigative policy to change complementary health. People say, well, you know, regulation, legislation, it's all silly stuff, nonsense to me. Well, as it's changed in telemedicine, by osmosis, you have to change. When you have a demand that is much greater, there is much more pressure on the chain. Automatically, players in the industry make the change to happen. The feeling I have in complementary health to me is that where they are is okay for them. So they have sort of leaned back in the situation where they are. They don't let go of the space and they try to somehow provide a kind of demanding agenda, but when they have to have a specific change to clean the whole chain, they do not commit to that. St. Augustine even said, you're only loyal to the past. Nobody's loyal to the present or the future. The future, you don't know what's coming. You cannot be loyal to something you don't know. And the present, anything that you are loyal to, second later, it became past. So the managers of the private health chain, they have high loyalty to the past, great difficulty to see the future. That's why I trust health techs that have a greater visibility of these borders to make the necessary adjustments. I believe the change ensues the public system will come from a signature. A new guy will take office, as it happened to Sérgio. You know, Sérgio Mello, the Minister of Communications, he was a crazy guy. He was there, they privatized everything, and he just didn't care. And that's what's going to happen to public health. So we will have mandatory measures. As in the case of the electronic health record, How's it coming? With a signature, with a pen. You force people don't get the, well, the SUS will not get it as it happened in the US, the UK, Medicare from years so. As it's, well, in 3-4 years time, it will be mandatory to have this protocol. So from the standpoint of public health, I think it has much more difficulty to innovate than the public sector. The public sector only depends on one factor, which is resources. If you change the administration and you have resources, funds, it changes nothing at data SUS. People are there that they don't know what we're talking about here. They do, but they don't have the resources, financial resources. Hans, up to you. Just something that I'd like to add. We have 5 minutes to conclude. We don't have any questions from the audience, so we'll continue presenting our standpoints. Sure. I have the impression that, again, the great advantage of the public system, of part of the public system, are the fundamentals. They're much more solid. And once you have financial resources, it's much easier to innovate with a solid foundation than in a scenario where you have a lot of things to adjust. So it's very difficult to build a second floor if you don't have the ground floor. So we need the ground floor, solid, firm, to build the first floor. So it will come with the pressure of new players. And I think we would need, a signature for the public health system saying, well, this is the system we have, whatever it is, be it public, private, everybody has to follow the rules. From now on, that's it. Like the banking industry, one day the central bank decided, for years they gave all the map to the Federation of Banks. They ignored it. They moved ahead, and one day the central bank said, this is the future now. That's going to be like that. So I'm liberal, but there's no way, friends. If you don't decide on put it from top down, things won't happen. Things will happen by need or despair, but it will happen. So, we have to act upon ourselves. And so I think it's interesting to think about that, because I don't know if it's just the organizations, but the people, why change? I'm just fine today, I'm okay here. So actually, this is the path each one chooses and the direction people can give and have to give. And we are actually discussing alternatives for this contribution to happen in a more significant way. And I believe that the perception of people commenting what they have, what they see, it's a bit of the border. It's what we can see. This role is key to those looking far. I worked very much in technology, looking or having this role to look beyond the border. And a lot of things will happen when, we see beyond the border. It's like a Formula One car. If you think there won't be any innovations in 5 years' time, that innovation in Formula One that was incredible is in our SUV cars, So it's important it's very important to have the cutting edge. But the life of the masses happens on the borders or close to the borders, and that's where we have to move towards, be it in complementary health system or public health systems. That's where we have to move towards. So we have a great responsibility. Conditions are incredible. We've never had these conditions ever before. We know what to do. All of us working in health have to challenge ourselves to deliver something better than what we've been delivering in the past years, I believe. Thank you, Hans. We have still more minutes. I'd like to make a provocation quickly. I have 3 questions that still make me feel very restless. And if you can answer quickly, the first would be, Guilherme brought up the importance of transformation, behavioral transformation in the incorporation process and usability even of those new innovations. What is the size of this challenge? Joe, well, throwing the ball onto you. Sorry. Let me ask the three, and then you can think about that in the meantime, so we can be brief and be able to answer them. The second, now we're talking about the sustainability plan. If I take this leg of sustainability with this bias and its economic importance, when do you think in terms of the health system reflecting in efficiency gains in the very health system? This is a question about time, because the system is anguished, is pressured. It has opportunities for that. And the third is, how do you see today as a strategy attempt to incorporate because we already have innovations, favoring, so to speak, to complement the operation of healthcare professionals rather than replacing their operations. That connects to the first question I asked, which was the fear of the incorporation itself threatening possibly stakeholders in the healthcare system. This is applicable to people as well as companies. Just briefly, very quickly, the two first are connected. When we talk about change in professionals, they need those changes. So when we have a cultural change, everybody has to take part. It's just, we have 2 minutes because we have to close. I just got this information. I'm going to leave some questions open, but Hans, conclude, and then I'll ask Guilherme to say his final remarks. I apologize, but we have a time limit. So cultural changes, well, for professionals, fundamental. For me, the Brazilian complementary system, there's a person that needs to change. So representative of the client, the HR manager of companies, this individual still has to understand and challenge him herself regarding health. They hire people, and theoretically they are the most interested party and are very important, these people. Guilherme, you're on mute. Your answer, Hans, is very broad. Change in HR, to me, I'm going to use it in my conceptual rationale. On the doctors' markers, I believe doctors will be replaced by machines. No, I do not. But will doctors be replaced by the doctors that use the machines? The doctors that cannot manage the machine will disappear. Actually, I believe that in this century, doctors will be transformed much more into an educator than a healer. Their task of educating patients will be much more relevant than their function as a healer. Thank you very much, Guilherme. Great conclusion from Hans and Guilherme to the points that have been brought up. I would like to end this panel talking about sustainability and incorporation and innovation in healthcare with the challenges we face today is actually a topic that is very vast, difficult for us to manage within such short period of time. Now we have certain reflections and food for thought. And before I close, I once again like to thank Josier, FIS, to take part of this event that is quite fulfilling and quite fruitful. And of course, we will have a lot to think about in addition to the short period of time we had at the panel and contribute to the maturing and improvement of our health system. Thank you all very much. And thank you, FIS, for the opportunity. Great pleasure to see you again.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados. Unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além.
É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we are here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch, we are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do Sobre, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
É uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fina Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos, proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos, realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano e movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência, Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender Fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, environmental infection control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso mercado central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Josier Villar and the organizing committee of FIS for the opportunity they gave to ABRAMED, the Brazilian Association of Diagnostic Medicine, for us to have some space on this important event, gathering major leaders in the health industry in Brazil and also internationally. Our panel will talk about the diagnostic medicine of the future. And I will be here accompanied by two important leaders in our industry who work in different companies. Dr. Eliezer Silva, as introduced before, he's Director of Diagnostic and Outpatient Medicine at Hospital Albert Einstein, and also Carlos Eduardo Moreira, he is the Director of Quest Laboratories, which is an organization that he will talk to us a little bit about it. I'm going to first start with a question to Dr. Eliezer Silva. Eliezer, whenever we talk about the future, we should first talk a little bit about the past and present. What is the importance of diagnostic medicine to your hospital? What was it in the past? What does it represent today in hospital care? And I know that you also have significant work in the outpatient area. Dr. Eliezer, please. Thank you, Wilson. Carlos, it's a great pleasure to be here and share this panel with you. I would like to thank the organizers. So it started right from the time when our hospital opened, and the aim is to provide support to hospital services. Hospitals, as a relatively young organization, it's 50 years old in terms of care providing, and diagnostic medicine in the first phase of our history, in the first 25 years of the organization, it was second to our hospital activities. One hospital decided to create its satellite units so that people could have easier access to the hospital. We built these satellite units within a format of emergency physician offices, like secondary care and diagnostic medicine. And this was the process of expansion of diagnostic medicine at Albert Einstein. It was always combined with hospital activities. We never had the initiative of offering diagnostic services in isolation. And so each one of our clinics, first we opened in the city of São Paulo, was associated to some other care service that we were providing. This was combined with the growth of Einstein, always representing the integrated care between hospital care, urgency, and emergency with the support of diagnostic medicine. So in the last 3 years, Einstein decided to create something that it did not have yet in its ecosystem, which is a primary care network. And then again, diagnostic medicine goes along with primary care within a new scope with essential tests in terms of diagnosis, in terms of primary care. In this manner, diagnostic medicine permeates all levels of care, and it's an important pillar and takes active part in the sustainability of our organization. So, finalizing my first part, so diagnostic medicine is essential part of Einstein's healthcare activities, not just in the brief description that I have provided you on Einstein's activities in the supplemental health, but also providing services to the public healthcare system. Einstein is involved with the management of many public healthcare systems, and we offer diagnostic medicine in those units too. Thank you very much, Dr. Eliezer. Undoubtedly, the work of Einstein is very important, both in a public and a private area, and we will talk more about that in a minute. I am going now to talk to Carlos Eduardo Moreira, and he manages Quest Diagnostics, and it's very well known by the lab community. But as we are in an event with a very diverse and eclectic audience, so Carlos, could you tell us a little bit more about Quest and its operations in its country of origin and how it is positioning itself in other countries? What are your specialties and what does it offer in terms of differential? Please, Carlos Eduardo, you may open your microphone. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Eliezer and Wilson. And I'm very happy to talk a little bit about Quest. In fact, I think that in Brazil, the lab community is really familiar with Quest, not so much due to lab users. Quest is an American clinical diagnosis laboratory today with more than 50,000 employees, with about 1.8 million daily tests, providing care to 50% of the hospitals in the United States, as well as physicians. And in the 50 years of existence, they have managed to gather 56 billion data points. So Wilson, this is the differentiation of Quest. Here in Brazil, I am responsible for the region covering the Caribbean, South America, and Brazil. And in Brazil, in essence, we are a laboratory that provides support to laboratories, like a backup lab. So labs here in Brazil that provide clinical diagnosis services, and oftentimes because they have tests for which they don't have much of a volume, and they have high complexity involving technologies that sometimes it might be too expensive and difficult. So usually we provide services to these labs with those requirements. So sometimes it's not economically feasible for them to have that operation here to run those tests. So we have built a structure to provide services to those labs. We collect the specimen, they are sent to the US, especially for SJC, San Juan Capistrano in California. The specimen gets there in less than 48 hours, oftentimes in 24 hours. The tests are run over there in the US, and the labs get the results here in Brazil. One thing that is important for us to mention is that much more than diagnosis, what Quest is promoting today is much more in the direction and consideration of existing risks, as well as in the prediction of diseases. Even before they manifest themselves. So we are investing heavily in mass spectrometry, ion mobility, and many other technologies. And if we have enough time, I can tell you about them further ahead. But I think this is it. So Quest's vision is basically to obtain better health outcomes through diagnostic insights. So just to give you an idea of Quest in Brazil, this is what we do. And just in conclusions, Quest also leads a GDN, a global diagnostic network. So it's an entity led by Quest that has members in all continents, covering 70% of the population, of the global population. And if we have the chance, and during the pandemic, there was a really significant interaction between these labs in terms of sharing good practices, ideas, different ways of looking at tests, and this helped everyone very much. But overall, this is it. Wilson, this is all I wanted to say. And if we have the opportunity, I can tell you more about Quest Advanced, which are the exotic tests that we have. Well, we will sure explore that more. Carlos Eduardo, thank you very much. We have provided some interesting hints to us about the accumulation of data that Quest has managed to do and the possibility of working in predictive medicine. And we in diagnostic medicine have a great opportunity to help health systems with predictive medicine, and especially to help the population in general that today is very much worried about staying healthy, so predictive medicine is fundamental. Carlos Eduardo, you briefly touched on COVID, and I am going to use this theme to ask my second question to Dr. Eliezer Silva from Einstein, because Einstein Hospital, if you all remember, was the first lab to diagnose COVID here in Brazil. And I would like to hear from Dr. Eliezer what that represented internally to Einstein. I remember that in the beginning, no one wanted to go to hospitals. The whole population was kind of afraid of being contaminated. But this experience inside Einstein, that is still very much on the backstage. I hope that you reveal us, Dr. Eliezer. Please, you may open your microphone. Well, sure, Wilson. I think that first of all, Einstein in January 2020 decided to create something very special. And then we had a monitoring weekly and then daily for the monitoring of COVID-19. This was very important because, of course, initially we gathered data from China and then from Europe so that we could predict whether it would be possible back then of a disease progression curve and occupancy rate and intensive ICU occupancy rate. This was very much used both here at Morumbi and both in the private and public system for us to provision resources, including PPE, human resources, ventilators, technology. When we made the first diagnosis in the Carnival 2020 at the end of the month of February, that's when we started an experience that we thought was the main one. And in the first peak of the disease, we had 135 patients hospitalized in our private unit. We had a great experience, which was to create a field hospital in São Paulo, where in 12 days we implemented 200 beds for low complexity care. So the theme of our, in terms of diagnostic medicines, which is the theme of our conversation here, we had to develop very much our molecular biology department. It was well developed, scientifically speaking, but we needed to create additionally operational capacity that was really brutal, not just in terms of the tests collected in Einstein system, but since then until today, we've been supporting Butantan Institute to conduct RT-PCR tests. So overnight, literally, we needed to accommodate new processes, resources, and we needed to be very fast in order to respond to the pandemic. At the same time, another area of diagnostic medicine was fundamental, was imaging, because the processing of lung tests or lung images, it was very intensely demanded, providing support both to the ED and to the ICU. And in contrast, we had to have great support because of the growing number of patients with COVID-19. And then we interacted with other diagnostic medicine and outpatients disappeared from our units. I remember a day here at Morumbi, of course, we didn't have home office. We had to come to the hospital, and I went into a unit. There was no one. It was empty. No employees, no patients. It really scared us. It looked very apocalyptic, something very, very severe. But with everything we learned, we prepared more than demand. What we imagined that was going to happen in 2020 ended up happening in 2021. As we had at one time 330 patients hospitalized, almost twice as much, and almost 100 patients in mechanical ventilation. We had teaching rooms, or classrooms rather, they were all transformed into care providing area, and we had to create a field hospital inside our hospital. So once again, we had to respond very fast, and it didn't happen just in the front end with care providing staff, but diagnostic medicine had to structure itself in terms of processes and always providing coverage in real time to all procedures, because they depended on these activities to provide the appropriate care to patients and also to have faster discharges than usual. So we had two peaks with different magnitudes, with different care providing impacts, but we are very proud that we delivered very high quality to our patients, again, both from the public and private systems, with quite low mortality rates, and incorporating human resources and technological training also very fast. Many patients were simultaneously submitted to extracorporeal circulation, and once again, diagnostic medicine provided support to intensivists in terms of ECMO, because almost in real time you need blood gas, electrolytes, coagulogram, and other tests to keep those patients running on ECMO, sometimes for 2 or 3 weeks, and many of those patients were discharged and did not die inside our hospital. So this is a little bit of our journey, and once again, we are very proud to have gone through it. And today, just to set numbers, I said 135, 302 today, to November 12, 2021, we have only 8 patients staying in the unit of Morumbi, and only 2 on mechanical ventilation. Thank you very much.
Carlos, what were you saying? Can you hear me, Carlos? Yes, yes, now I can hear. What did you ask, Eliezer? Oh, Wilson is back. Good. I'm sorry. I got disconnected and I'm coming back now. So I'm sorry, I don't know where you stopped the conversation. Eliezer, have you completed your thought? Yes, I've just done it. Back to you, Wilson. Thank you, I apologize. So as we were talking about COVID, and Carlos Eduardo has already given us a demonstration of what happened at Quest, so now it would be a good opportunity for you to detail what were the good things and what is your legacy based on lessons learned from COVID. What Eliezer has just said is really interesting, and everything was quite similar, and we've seen that throughout the world and also in the US. At first, nobody knew what to do. What were the risks and the impact? The resilience of the Quest team and our planning capability, once we were aware of the importance of testing, invested heavily, and overnight there were 25 centers all over the US to run tests. And Quest has been still testing. We can see peaks of infection happening all over. In the US, we perform 300,000 PCR tests per day in the US alone, and 350,000 of antigen tests per day. For many months, we have been achieving these levels. This was extremely important for us because Quest in the US provided a very important service to companies. So considering the risk of many employees, and Quest was quick also. We decided who would work from home and all the others who had to work. So there are over 6,000 points of contact in the US alone and over 300,000 in the world. So I think that having this great capability of testing was important, and providing services to companies. So here in Brazil, multinational companies, also US-based companies, which had been working with Quest in the US, extended their negotiation into the Brazilian branches. We had some labs at their maximum capacity and they could not perform and process all tests. Sometimes we submitted to the US, and there were also some local facility here in Brazil. So by doing that, we provided a significant help for Brazilian companies, especially multinational companies based here. We had to get together and work so focused, especially with all our peers throughout the world. So COVID has moved us to do that, and now we can see that we have had significant gains and also an important legacy. Let me give you an example. Best practice sharing, for example. This was really important. So what are you doing? Why don't you try something else? Why don't you adjust here? So exchanging experience was very important. In the first months of the pandemic, we had no PPE, no gloves, no facial masks. So as Quest has an operation in China, which is the world supplier, Quest managed to help partners in telling them where to buy, what were potential suppliers, etc. Because of that, there is a network of players where we discuss data points. So go back to information that is generated from diagnosis. Of course, anonymized data, fully protected. But that has generated a number of trials being carried out. LDL, for example, we can see that in Brazil, Canada, and Europe, the population has similar behavior very differently from what happens in the population of US or China. And of course, knowing these LDL levels and the characteristics of the population can really guide different initiatives and public health policies. Interacting with Abramed and others, we can really have very significant take-home messages, and we've learned so many lessons. Well, Quest is a very interesting company, and I think that your international initiatives have served us as very interesting lessons. So probably we should create an alternative or an opportunity for you to tell us how it worked being applied and working in different countries in the world. Well, we still have got 10 minutes before we close our panel. But let me ask you two questions. And then I'll hand it over to Carlos. We cannot speak about the future without addressing digital transformation. We are also observing it in healthcare. But what about Albert Einstein? Do you have good IT structure? Do you have good exchange of information? Under your guidance, you have telemedicine. How is telemedicine interacting with diagnostic medicine? And what are your plans for the future? The end of last year, I got a new assignment in addition to everything I did for outpatient and laboratory medicine. I had to deal with the digital lab initiative. And we learned that it is quite complex. Any organization is comprised of people with different backgrounds and different mindsets and behaviors. And transforming a company such as Einstein, as well as other large companies, requires, on the one side, the preparation of capabilities, and on the other side, the challenge of bringing together all areas and departments. And I'm going to address telemedicine and diagnostic medicine shortly. One first thing was to bring together IT, big data, which are two separated areas, to the clinical areas, to the business areas per se. We soon realized that once we design the journey of a patient, starting from diagnostic medicine, there were many issues concerning the hospital structure, the flow of patients, that were really far from what the IT perceived as being important. So the experience did not match what the IT thought about it. So we created a committee, a multidisciplinary committee, creating really squads to hear from them. And we heard from IT, oops, I never heard it was for that. So the purpose, what they were doing on the background, they did not know what it was for. So by bringing everyone together, they could understand that what they were doing had a purpose, had an intention behind it. It was very helpful for people to understand how it worked, and not through formal requirements, which were just submitted to IT or big data, with no connection whatsoever with the real activities that were performed with the patients. For nearly 1 year, and we started through diagnostic medicine, we had this process of creating a single purpose, a single strategy, and then have technology on board to meet their needs. Really having a different mindset and using apps and using scheduling, preparation cells, reports of tests, etc. And telemedicine, which was created here in 2012, started through high complexity cases for ICU. And slowly, even before we got into digital transformation, telemedicine also started getting closer to patients. And during the pandemic, we went from 200,000 clients that we used to have in our base, direct care to from physicians to patients, to have 2 million clients. What was really interesting throughout the months has been to observe how consumers and patients learned how to use the resources. First, addressing COVID-19 issues, correlation in diagnostic medicine, home care, to support those who could not come to the hospitals. And now it's a much more continuous process involving our primary care program, the interface, through a platform where we have medical services, which is part of digital transformation, and fully connected from placing an order to checking test results, all integrated within care. So we have been integrating all areas and using big data, which was created some years ago, not only in structuring and working on data governance, but also predicting and analyzing within a whole concept of integrated healthcare journey. Great. What about at Quest? Has digital transformation hit you yet? I was very glad to hear about iSTEM diagnostic medicine as part of this process. And I know that in the US, there are many incentives for digital transformation. How is Quest dealing with it? And if you want to tell us a little more, because you have already told us what you've been doing in cardiology. So tell us what you've been doing for oncology, which is an area intrinsically related with diagnostic medicine. And I know Quest is an important player in this arena. So let me try to bring together the two questions and give you a good answer. Digital has always had a very important role in Quest. You need to have good control, otherwise we just lose track of things. 1.8 million tests per year, per day, over 7,000 service stations, 3,700 vehicles that collect to get samples, 23 planes collecting samples, companies all over. So the company really has to have very good control. So Quest has brought 56 billion data point of patients. And from this investment in R&D, and the development of really managing big data, some algorithms were created, taking into consideration all these aspects. And that's exactly how we get into prediction, risk analysis, going beyond simple diagnosis. By the end of this year, we are going to launch a panel with 500 genes. It is next generation sequencing. And we also have algorithms to work with that, which are essential. Mass spectrometry, for example, is a very expensive technology, but at the same time, it's the kind of technology that provides precise data, high quality data, much better than comparing to antibodies or other kinds of techniques. And it helps us really predicting. So Quest has invested in ion mobility, which is a technology that really provides us the possibility of predicting. So let's say a patient tests cholesterol and it's below 100 milligrams per deciliter. Fine, I'm fine. No cardiological risk. But considering what Quest has been doing, we've seen in 200,000 patients that 50% of them who had LDL, low LDL cholesterol, 72% of them had cardiological events. So it's not low cholesterol, even when they were taking statins. When we see that and the importance of a technique like that, ion mobility, that's going to count and define the size of LDL molecules. The smaller the molecules, let's say it's 100 milligrams per DL, 2 different people. One has no cardiac risk whatsoever. The other one has cardiac risk. And that's when you go into prediction by counting and checking the size of molecules. Insulin resistance, another example. This is also by Quest. Quest developed this methodology. So beta cells, insulin secretion, fasting glucose, preprandial glucose, a number of aspects are analyzed, and based on them, we can see whether the patient will or will not have a process of insulin resistance. So these are complex techniques, but that will really determine if the person needs to be treated or not, what can be done preventively to avoid the diagnosis of diabetes. Another interesting data which called Blueprint for Wellness Gene. It's an algorithm that was developed to bring together a panel of tests, and Quest does it. We have 50,000 employees, and once a year, we run like a health checkup. Let me briefly tell you some numbers. Of every 1,000 participants, from the algorithm, we generate over 40 medical consultations to talk about LDL, thyroid, hormones, things that didn't used to exist. We know that people only go to the doctor if they have a problem. So in this case, it was preventive. 67 out of 1,000 were detected with colorectal cancer risk. 29 had diabetes. 15 had kidney chronic disease. 37 needed a medical consultation to discuss or to have a second opinion. 120 had pre-diabetes. So you see, within 1,000 people. So if you extrapolate that to the population, you can picture what it would mean. So this is the future. Insulin resistance and cardio IQ. They are available in Brazil next year. We are going to have one with a panel of 500 oncology genes. We are also going to have the study for dementia, where we can see high technology tests to predict if the person is going to manifest dementia or not. So just for prediction purposes. So very interesting things that are coming into the game, and I hope we can have future opportunities to talk about that. Well, definitely our time is almost up, but it's wonderful because we hear all the time about artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithm. However, you've brought to us concrete data. How diagnostic medicine can provide improvements to healthcare system today, bringing efficiency and savings. Said that, let me just hear your closing remarks from Eliezer Silva and then Carlos Eduardo, so that you can also thank us. So I'd like to thank Josiah Villar and the team of FIS for the opportunity. Eliezer Silva, please, your closing remarks. Thank you, Wilson. It's been a pleasure to have been part of this panel and learned so much, in addition to seeing my friends. Thank you. If I may use it as a segue, when we talk about the future, this is what comes to mind. Looking at all data, predictive capacity, understanding of social health determinants, etc., I think the main challenge of the healthcare system applying to diagnostic medicine, and it is also the purpose of ABRAMED, we know that the healthcare system has to come closer to health, and it can happen when we really understand what matters to human health. In diagnostic medicine, we can find so many of these characteristics. So we've seen a great progression in the area of genetics, physiology, body functioning that Carlos has pointed out so well. So this is our main challenge, understanding more about health. And by understanding about health, we can keep people healthy. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you. I think it was wonderful to hear your summary talking about the future. Carlos Eduardo, you have 30 seconds. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. As Eliezer has said, we've known each other for a long time. And my final message that I would like to have as my take-home message is exactly that. Things that are really concrete, palpable, but with a different focus, a different way of considering and treating people so that we can have better results in patients' health through the diagnostic insights. We need research and development, we need brains, technology behind it all, but so many simple things can be done, and through them we can get to huge results, which are exactly what we've heard in terms of prevention, in detecting early and treating so that the disease does not manifest. This is what we have in mind. Thank you all very much for attending. Thank you, Eliezer Silva, Carlos Eduardo Moreira. It's been a pleasure to be here and to see you again. And I think this panel has brought to light what can be offered by the diagnostic medicine in the near future. Thank you very much. See you next time.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
A Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
HB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso mercado central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we are here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do Sobre, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde.
Rodrigo Villar is the creator of this initiative, and so much has been said. You all have access to the platform and you can connect and talk and transform health together. Let's go into the next panel, AFIA, Health Tech in Brazil and the Impact of Technology in Medical Practice. It's led by Gabriela Viana, VP of Marketing of AFIA Educational, Felipe Lourenço, founder of iClinic, Healthcare of AFIA Digital, and Martin Nelson, founder of RX Pro, Solution in Technology. So let's start our next panel. Hello, good afternoon. I would like to thank on behalf of AFIA for the invitation to be here in this week. It will be great to talk to Martin and Felipe, two entrepreneurs who I personally admire, and I always learn when I talk to them. The first point, and I'm going to start with questions here. The first question is, and we have a very interesting dynamic here with two people with different backgrounds and experience, and this is a very constant discussion in our industry. Entrepreneurs, do they necessarily have to be young? Or can we be successful entrepreneurs at any point in our careers? So please give us a very brief report of your background, your training, and what were you doing before creating RX Pro. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I am a business administrator by training. When we analyze entrepreneurs, they tend to be people who are curious and cannot settle down. And it can be at any point in your life and anywhere. The first time I became an entrepreneur, it was at a corporate level. I was the CEO of a dermatology lab at the time of .com, and I thought that the portals and the future of communication, it was between the industry and physicians. And we created DermaWeb, which brought together the industry and physicians, which was an attempt of having fewer intermediates and bringing together these two dimensions in a much closer fashion. I worked for 30 years in the pharmaceutical industry, 15 of them as a CEO. And what we tried to solve at that time was not solved. So when I left the corporate world, I said, well, let me try to solve what I didn't manage to do with a number of .com companies. Some of them failed. Digital initiatives have learned a lot from what we used to have and the journey of .com companies. And that's how our Pro started. We can talk more about it later, but the dimension of people and entrepreneurs, that's how I would like to start. What about you, Felipe? Please tell us, because at AFIA, we have physicians and non-physicians as entrepreneurs in medical area. So please tell us, what is your background and how did you get involved with medicine? Hello, everyone. It's great to be here talking to you. I'm Felipe. I'm 34. I've been an entrepreneur in health for over 8 years. I'm not a physician. I have a training in medical informatics at the University of São Paulo. It's a computer engineering course focused on medical issues or health issues. So it's multidisciplinary training. I understand a little bit about health and technology, trying to solve the problems that this area have. But it doesn't mean that there is no need to keep on reinventing ourselves. This is absolutely necessary. Now, telling you a little bit about my journey, this is the third time I am an entrepreneur. The one is iGame was in healthcare. One of them didn't work out fine. The other 2 times I had the privilege to build 2 nice businesses, which were maintained long-lasting, and it's a great experience, very valuable. And now, being with an iClinic, which brings together my training and adds value on it, is a constant driver. You say we have so many interesting topics to discuss, and it will be great to chat with you and tell you how to be an entrepreneur in health and talk about health tax. Great. I normally say that the failures are sometimes can be a successful failure. We've just heard 2 examples. We have all been through a bumper in our lives, and let us revisit a pain that I had identified with a new technology or a new approach. Now, speaking of that restlessness, which entrepreneurs tend to have, this energy, this interest, curiosity. In the first half of the year, there were 200 million invested in Health Act. I had a previous experience with AFIA, and there was a similar growth at the same pace. So then I ask you, you asked me where you came from, an administrator, someone who studied information technology. What were the pain points that made you develop iClinic, and first you, Felipe, and then Martin? iClinic started in 2012. I had started analyzing it before while I was at my undergraduation, and the possibility of creating iClinic resulted from my observation of to what extent physicians were simply put aside by the information technology market. They were eager to have good solutions brought to them, but there were none. At that time, all health technology players in Brazil and from abroad were more focused on creating solutions for enterprise, for large companies, for large hospital groups, for clinical labs, or HMOs. And I've realized that physicians individually were not very digitalized. Something that we value at AFIA now, we think physicians are one of the main agents of transformation in healthcare. So we were created with the purpose of helping this professional. We started with electronic medical record solution, which is the one most used by physicians, where they can document the visit notes, prescriptions, telemedicine. We have the first solution, which is software as a service. It was a plugin, and once we understood their pains, we expanded the platform. So it's not only a medical record, but a complete management tool, digitalizing all process within the office. That's how iClinic started. We scaled up the company for the past 8 years from 3 managers to over 250 staff members. We are market leaders in the segment, and we serve physicians in their clinics and offices in all states of Brazil and over 50 specialties. And we got to a certain point and was acquired by AFIA in October last year. And we have maintained our mission, but now we have an expanded scope. First, we wanted to help physicians in their offices, and now we want to help them throughout their whole career with more technology, nice services, and products of quality. That's great. What about you, Marty? I think that's to some extent you've already said as you identified some potential problems, but health tags are somewhat new in Brazil, but it's good to know and to speak about those that what has happened to serve as input for future health tags. So please tell us what have you identified to create RX Pro? So carry on from what I stopped in my first comment. For these 15 years as a CEO of a pharma company, having to decide about budget, for example, the industry invests 20 to 30% of sales in, I call go-to doctor, or go-to market if you want, which is to interact with physicians, a very significant amount, even more than what's spent in R&D into new products. So that has always, it has always made me feel that we could use the money more wisely. At the same time, even though we invest, or the pharma industry invested a lot, and I'm going to rely on Brazilian data, in Brazil, there are 500,000 physicians, and the industry can interact with 100, 150,000 physicians. Some can reach 200,000. More than half of the physicians are not exposed to continuing product education. And it's an important thing. But why not? Well, because the model that we use is a very expensive model. Therefore, and that was my attempt at .com era, coming up with a way to make a more updated, inclusive model and a more economical model. That was something that I experienced on the side of the equation. At the same time, I've always been an executive going to medical congresses. I think it's important to interact, to see what presentations are being made, to hear about innovations and so on. And now we go to the physician side. There is an incredible number of updates of informations that have to be learned by physicians to make good prescriptions. So ultimately, the industry and the medical community, they are treating symptoms, well-being. The patient is ultimately important. And this is why so much is invested to effectively prescribe well. And that's where RX, Pro, RX, it means prescription in English, and Pro because they are professionals dedicated to doing it. The most important thing is how can we help doctors be constantly updated to prescribe the most modern agents, the most appropriate agent to that specific patient. So these were 2 points. And there is a tailwind there that carries it around, which is the provision of technology. And Felipe is one of this. iClinic has transformed the dynamic of the physician's office, increased productivity, has created more transparent process, better track down, telemedicine, electronic prescription, digitalization of contents, online items, etc. It has transformed how the patient gets to the office. The patient has been through Dr. Google before. So it's the second doctor that the person is going to come to talk about. So that's a huge challenge to physicians. And one of our missions is to help physicians make better prescriptions and have more time to patients. Great. I think you both pointed out very interesting things to help us navigate into the next question. So first, the physician as a gatekeeper of health in Brazil. And since I joined AFIA, I'm sure I had that idea before, but it got consolidated that being a doctor requires a vocation. It's something constantly, nonstop. And Martin, you pointed out some important things. A physician is the agent of this area. At AFIA, we have a long ecosystem that covers the whole physician's journey. But the problem is more of a demographics, more the number of physicians, and it's a career full of challenges. There are major milestones, so residency or having night shifts, and physicians have a very long journey. Said all that, physician as an agent and a physician that has to be an entrepreneur. Felipe, tell us more about this component, because you interact with a number of service as part of AFIA ecosystem, but tell us more about this entrepreneur physician and how much it is included, understood, and how we can see that. Not for physicians to become entrepreneurs, but for physicians to do what they want, which is to really have time and provide care, because that's what they want to do. Such a nice question, because this is something that we have always thought about. We have believed in it since the time we created the business, and we've been focusing on trying to show physicians, especially those physicians who graduate and decide that they are going to provide care in their offices. We know sometimes they work in different hospitals, and sometimes they also are professors. But once they decide to have their private practice, it is a business after all, to make money. The most important part, which is practicing medicine, and it has a purpose, but at the same time, you have to pay the receptionist, you have to pay rent and power, and it's your profession. It's how you make ends meet. Graduating in medicine still does not teach, does not offer that kind of knowledge to physicians. We know the medical curriculum is very dense, and it focuses on what matters the most and what physicians by vocation love to do. But the market has gained and has become much more professional. Patients have different profile. They are empowered by technology. They make questions. They demand services of quality. So it's increasingly more important for physicians to understand about business, about management. And the key word is they perceive themselves not only as physicians, but as entrepreneurs as well. So we've been addressing it, bringing contents and showing to physicians how they can bring best practices and management practices to their daily practice. Because in the end of the day, the main purpose is, once seen as entrepreneurs and bringing this best practices and working in quality and optimizing time, this is ultimately going to make physicians have more time to do what they like doing, seeing patients with more attention. They won't be concerned that within 2 weeks they'll have to pay for an equipment, a piece of equipment, and that will provide them a time to dedicate. It's also important to have a good balance between professional and personal life, but that will mean more time with the family, more quality of life. I think that now that we have younger physicians coming into the market, they want to know about entrepreneurship, medical finance, medical marketing, and so on and so forth. It's a career that really requires a lot of investment, so recovery that more efficiently, so someone who keeps on investing continuously. So continuing education, getting prepared, and how that can be really, how they can be properly trained. especially now that patients kind of self-diagnosis. Now, in terms of business, you came with that, you identified that being in the industry. And this correlation between physician and pharma company really focus on education, get instruments. Is it something that already existed? Do you think about this business as integrating more the existing channels such as sales reps and others? Tell us more. I think it was Tuesday or Thursday, I don't know. Julio, who is our VP of Digital Services, and he is much better in teaching than I am. I've learned a lot from him. And he said that what we have to keep on doing is to provide technology-mediated education. It is a journey that physicians are going to maintain for life. The professional life of physicians, it's a very long-lasting. There are great physicians who work up to the age of 60s, 70s, but what have they got differently from the others? They had the opportunity to get updated, to really master the most advanced technology, which also involves access. So taking part in international congresses, developing as a speaker. Technology integrates more, answering your question. I don't think there are going to be fewer intermediates, maybe a little bit when we think about communication, but I still think we can have multi-channel applications. I believe there are some things that human beings and reps, MSLs, they are people who trained in medicine, who communicate to their fellow physicians about new drugs, about innovations of the pharmaceutical industry. So this discussion among two people who know profoundly the topic, or reps who have met these physicians for many years and attract their attentions with attractive message, will keep on existing. However, every year there are 20, 30 new active ingredients. So 10, 110,000. So 10, 30 that we see. FDA, for example, approve new chemical entities, brand new things. These innovations are transformed into brands. So the 10 will become 100 or 200. At the same time, these brands may have different dosings, different package insert indications, so that gets to the 1,000. So updates, which ultimately qualifies and sets apart physicians. So we leave the world of Dr. Google. So the product, before being launched, it's already being addressed in different levels of the web. This is a very important point of the pharmaceutical industry. Get the multi-channel characteristic. So there is room for having professionals, but in Brazil, there are 33 million medical visits per year, visits to physicians. We have this culture of sampling, of offering free sample. The patient starts taking a free sample and get the product that's going to be purchased. That's part of multi-channel structure, which is really important, which is the person trying and using a product effectively. And also the digital nature of it. Most of the update needs a contact that takes the physician from a regular routine. And this is the mantra of RX Pro. We would love, and this is our mission really, making medical advertising, but wherever the physician is willing to get it. And Felipe knows that probably better than anyone. Physicians just are present in different localities, different places. So why don't we allow them to tell us how to consume content? Because ultimately, we are all consumers, right? We consume information differently from what it used to be 5, 10, or 20 years ago. So we decide when that's going to happen. And the dynamic of the industry and the RAP has also to follow the same lines. Wonderful, Martin. So it really takes me to something that we mention a lot in marketing when we are talking about experience, which is something that we all try to deliver. So it's really great to talk about the right person at the right time and the right message. So it takes me to my next question. And it's good if we have anyone hearing us about that. We've talked about message, hour, or even how the products such as the portal of content perimat. So how can we, what kind of framework can we consider for new functionalities or a new acquisition? There were some questions about acquisition per se, but to think about framework when we are considering an ecosystem, what do we take into account? But thinking about the product or services we are delivering, what new functionalities can we use in our products? Well, in the end of the day, I think I can answer your two questions with one single answer. When we think about the development of new functionalities or what makes a solution be an M&A target, it all depends on building products that physicians love. This is what we want to do. So let's try to recap what EFIA thinks. What we want is to be the main partner of physicians from day one in class up to the last day of career, and help them not only in terms of education, which is something that EFIA has always done, but with digital products, really helping them in specific strategies and specific pain. Today, when we look to a doctor on the 5th or 6th year of med school, there are problems and pain points that expect to be solved. So a physician who is in the residency program has other difficulties, and someone in the office has a different pain point. The most important thing in the platforms, we have to think the ones we have at home and others that we can bring. And those who are hearing us, you have to look to your end user, who is the physician. We know that there are different stakeholders. Maybe there are some who have problems involving HMOs or the pharma industry. So I think the process of empathy is really important. And it shouldn't be limited only to paper. All businesses that you can see, it says focus on clients. It's easy to say that, but it's easier said than done, right? So I think that we should have the guide and the principle of all decisions of the organization. So maybe if you don't know what to do, start thinking from the customer's perspective. For our user, what is the best option? And it's a very important process. It is going from the office and going to the field and listen to them. And based on that, really show the customer and deliver the customer solutions that are going to solve their issues. This is what we've been doing in all our businesses. The roadmap of a digital company is never ending. We are always trying to improve the experience of users, and we are confident that if we do that, we are going to create the largest ecosystem of physicians in the country. If we are going to generate value to the pharmaceutical industry, to the hospital, so bringing together the segment of health and physician, so it's all focused on users. So product development, as we call it. Right, today in the morning, in a different context, we were speaking about the experience and how that's going to make a difference. And we were saying, how can we be sure that what I've brought to the market is successful or not? And we could measure that by maybe taking it from the market and see how that would impact. Those who have iClinic, they wouldn't make do without it today. They would really feel pain. Felipe participates very actively at AFIA in assessing the ecosystem, what else to be integrated. And he has talked about our framework for internal development of a new functionality. And I'd like to hear the other side. It's good to see things from the outside with fresh eyes. Now, we've talked about our decisions of acquisition. And my question to you is, what about for those who have just joined the market? How have you thought about the decision of join a new group? What did you take into consideration when you also joined AFIA? It's good to talk about this possibility of entrepreneurs not only being part of an ecosystem. I'm glad you decided to join us, but tell us what you took into consideration and what you recommend that they do. You are on mute. When you create a startup, I thought about a 10-year scenario. What do I want within the next 10 years? Because I know it's a huge challenge. what we have to be digitalized, enhanced, and shared is huge. 33 million visits, 500,000 physicians, 1 billion free samples distributed every year. The 10, 100, 1,000 challenge. Things that ultimately happen at the physician's office. Whenever I talked to investors, strategic investors, the question was always that, shall I do it myself with my partners? Or are they going to complete this mission? For me, I wouldn't deliver my 10-year plan for anyone because it becomes like a baby, right? We need clarity to really deliver something ready. And also understand what are the resources and skills needed for it. And we have to be mindful of it all. Entrepreneurs are restless, but they have to have good common sense. Within AFIA ecosystem, I've realized I could not only deliver what I had promised at RxPro, but do even more. And this is what has brought me here. One of our digital initiative, which is PubMed White Book from Bruno Lagureiro, is perfectly aligned with what we do. We can deliver that inclusion to young physicians. So all these things made my eyes really shine. Great. It's so good that we can share these babies and dreams. I still have one important question to ask you. Well, there was the pandemic and we saw a speed up in the use of technology between patients and physicians that it would take more than 2 decades. I incorporated that myself. Now I have teleconsultation and I have no time to, go to the doctor's office, park my car and all that. So with digital prescription, it's great. 40 minutes, it's all done. So we've seen a great success. So let's talk about the future. I know it's not fair, but let's do it anyway. Felipe, what new technology would you believe if you could choose, if you could select? So even existing app, an existing technology such as telemedicine, right? That we've been using a lot, or anything else? Anything that you would bet your chips on? Well, so many options when we can talk about the future. There are just so many possibilities. Let me tell you about something that I really like and believe there is a lot of potential. There are some initiatives starting, but personalized medicine based on genetic data. Now we have the biotechnology market with great breakthroughs. I really believe that we can bring together medical knowledge that we already have, and what professionals already have in their minds. So combining that with genetic information from the individuals generated through test results. Once you combine that between selecting one medication or another one, a diet or the other, you can recommend something that's going to work for that specific subject. And depending on my genotype, it may be different from yours and it will be different from someone else. And by doing that, we can be more precise, effective, with fewer adverse events, and we can deliver better results. Once we bring together genetic therapy and just take it to the practice level, so the medical record will check the history with the genetic data of the patient, and that will be translated into a suggestion which is more personalized. I really believe in it. Of course, we have a long journey till there. We've just begun, but that's at least how it starts. I could go on and on here with you, and I apologize, Martin. I just extrapolated the time. Mauro had asked a very interesting question, which is the estimated cost of health, especially with us for the universal healthcare system. So Mauro, please contact us at LinkedIn. It's a living question at AFIA. And I'll be able to keep on talking to Felipe and Martin here at AFIA, but please reach us at LinkedIn. This is a conversation that we are highly interested in. I apologize that I got taken away and could go on and on talking, but before that, please just draw your closing remarks. Thank you all very much. Thank you for being with us. Our doors are open to interact with you. Please send your questions. And if you want to be a health entrepreneur, this is a window of opportunity. Health techs are really here to stay. We have just so many problems to address. And with good minds and technology, we can really cause the transformations most needed. Thank you. Great to be here. Gabriela, Felipe, and everyone who have stayed with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a topic that we could stay on and on, but I would like to answer your last question. Of course, we can talk it further. I strongly believe in telemedicine in a country as so big as Brazil, with so many issues of inclusion. Technology can help us really go beyond. And this is really wonderful to bring together physicians and patients and to deliver health and innovation to people wherever they are in Brazil. I really believe in this technology. But that's it. Thanks, everyone. And as Felipe said, health techs have a lot to do, and hopefully we can have more and more possibilities to reinforce our ecosystem. Thank you.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
A Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we are here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch, we are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in everybody.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do Sobre, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
HB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós, da Fina Saúde, temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência, Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, It works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, environmental infection control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso Oasis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
A Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método e pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do Sobre, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos, para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós, da Fena Saúde, temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud for healthcare.
Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, environmental infection control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
É uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud for healthcare.
Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender Fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to...
With this panel, we're going to end COMPLEXO 21. This has been one of the great novelties of FIS week, and our partners organize the debates all these days. There have been over 20 companies and 60 leaders sharing a lot of quality content with us and you. It has been a very productive and filled week. The last panel of COMPLEXO has been organized by CBAX, and we'll discuss the profile of the leader in health in Brazil. It will be moderated by the chairman of the board of directors of CBAX, Francisco Baletins, and the Director of Population Health at Sírio-Libanês, Daniel Greca, and Leonardo Giusti, lead partner of business consulting at KPMG in Brazil. Before starting, I'd like to remind you that our survey continues. To participate, just point the camera of your mobiles to the QR code on your screen. We really want to know your opinion on everything we've had this week at FIS Week. Let's start the debate. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here starting. As our kind presenter said, this is the last panel of this event. See what honor we have precisely to be here on this stage for this closing session on a topic that to us is so important. We are health leaders, and we've seen various health leaders this week going over to various stages, showcasing their knowledge, their sharing their knowledge and their charm. And at this moment, we're going to have the opportunity of closing this event. As Americans say, last but not least, we have our task to continue. We still have 40 minutes to show the work that we've been doing, and Danielle, for almost 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. Although you've been introduced and you made a beautiful presentation of our panel, of our chat, I'd like to say that I'm here with two friends. An old friend, who is Daniel Greca. Daniel Greca is a manager that for a long time follows the health industry in our country. I've had the opportunity of having him helping us when I was president of ANAP, and I'm still chairman of CBX, and also in the union, we've talked sometimes, somebody who's very familiar with the health industry, somebody who kicked off this project when at the time he was at KPMG, and we're very grateful to that. And the other great friend here is Leonardo Giusti, this man who's already been introduced to. He's here with us again. I had the opportunity of being with them within this perception of this wonderful company that is always connected to associative topics that are important to our industry. And they end up producing contents, and not only producing contents, they end up helping the industry in the development of contents together. And they have interesting contents at ANP, at the DEX, and we have opportunity of talking about CBX. And also, yesterday we completed a beautiful project everybody's invited to see, which is our room of CDOX, but is powered by KPMG. In addition to several books we've translated together, and hopefully we'll be translating another book by Mike that we can actually complete all this close relationship of contribution that you have with the health industry in our country. So I feel very much at ease. I'm amongst friends, and I know you're very updated with this work that we try to carry out. Daniel, that I followed from the beginning of his career until now, because he's helped in the closing of it. We actually have an interesting article on this atlas. And the atlas is basically what the name says. It's an atlas. It's where we seek information, and every now and then we want to have all institutions that are providers that somehow are connected to society. They serve the society through purposes that somehow bring a content to this society. And one of the contents, one of the projects that these entities can provide is to make the society to understand what the industry does, how it is organized, how it is structured, and those that are part of the entity understand how they are related. And more than this, they can be compared and perform the famous so-called benchmarking. So the instrument we've developed together, the Atlas by CBX, it first outlines the profile of the health leader in our country, and then it outlines several discussions regarding, amongst other things, the difficulties and what is expected, what the leader needs to know. And because of that, we, in an ascertained way, proposed by KPMG a discussion of the new digital leader so that we could understand how much this market of ours will depend on this new transformation that we're going through, which is the digital transformation, how we, business people, can be inserted in it. So I'm going to ask you to comment for 10, 15 minutes, what you've seen, what you can comment on the Atlas. I know you've had access to it and you took part at different times, but you know the final result so that we can later continue with our conversation. Let's start with Daniel. I see on my screen, he's at the top, right, Leonardo? He's first. So up to you now, Daniel. Thank you, Balestrin. Now let's start with the youngest. First of all, it's a huge pleasure to be here at the panel with you and Leonardo. I love to hear your comments and provocations of the panel about leadership. I'm here with my former leader. Leonardo has been my leader for 3 years, so I was led by him. I am amongst friends and health leaders. I'm very happy. The work of the Atlas Balestrin has been a great accomplishment for the health leader. It brings insight and, more than that, the situation as to how leaders see themselves, the executives see the market, and how they see themselves. This diagnosis is very important so that they can have provocations and look into organizations, our ability as leaders, and be able to improve, to be a better leader. I commented to you yesterday. I was taking part at an event at NHFSBX of Australia. They said below their logo, better leaders, healthier community. I thought their idea was brilliant because actually leadership transforms and makes us deliver and honor our commitment to our patients. So believing in more on people and human capital. I'm going to quote you. Human capital is our greatest challenge and our main solution. As to the Atlas Balustrine, I'm going to stress some things that drew my attention, some positives, some I was a bit surprised, and I think it's worth reflecting upon. There's a point in the survey or research study that covered the whole of Brazil, all the links of the chain, health operators, industry, professional services. It was very plural. It's a first edition. As we have other yearly editions, we start having a film, no longer just a snapshot. The first thing that drew my attention is that when the leader is interviewed and asked, he understands there is a lack of understanding of general leadership in Brazil. This drew my attention. If this is a gap or a flaw, how can we think about as a whole? Health does not happen only in its vertical. If you do not understand how the parts communicate, it's important for the leader to understand health as a whole and not only the feud, the silo where it is operating, whatever link it is. Second thing that drew my attention, still talking about gaps, maybe connected to the suggestion KPMG of adding the digital part to the study. Most people said that digital health understanding, there is a great gap, both in the leaders and lack of understanding as to how to place digital processes, digital care in a world in which you cannot go back. Digital health has no return. It's a way with no return. It's in the pipeline. We have to understand that. This concerned me a bit as to how we have to improve as leaders within our organizations, knowledge, understanding as to how to digitize health. Another point that drew my attention, I'm going to make it as a provocation, if you allow me. When we asked executives how they assess themselves in some skills, we put 6 major ones. It's their own self-evaluation. The 6 skills, 5 of them, 80% reported that either they fulfill fully or more than fully. This surprised me. If this is true, I think there is a surprise that is very pleasant. 6 skills, out of 6 skills, 5 of them, 80%, either complete fully or more than that. And I thought in a provocative way, how able are we to make this self-analysis? How humble are we to recognize that we're good enough, but that we still need to improve? And then I connect to humbleness. Is one of the features that is most relevant of the new leader, the ability for them to be able to analyze themselves, humbly understand their limitations, even change their mind or revisit the process. So in this process, digital health, this is very important. How can you learn a lesson or learn from a flaw that you've had? Well, this drew my attention. If it's true, great, but we should provoke and understand whether we're really making a proper self-analysis. Still talking about self-analysis, the only point executives said they did not comply or attain fully is digital health. That connects to my previous point in which digital health may be the greatest weakness of health executives in Brazil. Another point that drew my attention is when we asked the executives, what is the skill they admire most in their leadership? And skill was leadership, the ability to lead, to communicate, to engage, being transparent, of being able to train new leaders, not simply lead an organization. Those I've worked with, inspiring leaders that have all those skills, have suddenly realized that this makes a difference. Leadership actually transforms. Some other points before I conclude and hand over to Justy. When we talk about challenges from now on, talking about the future, not 2100, but 2022, executives reported digital transformation as their first and main challenge. Digital is part of the agenda as a way of your knowing how to do it, ability that you see in your leadership as a challenge in the industry overall. Other items here that have been mentioned, I'm giving you lots of spoilers, but anyone can download the study, have access to it fully, is mental health. Healthcare professionals, this is not a problem of today. It was pre-pandemic. The pandemic actually catalyzed or all of that. So this is very important in terms of patient care and also management change. This has been highlighted as executive as a pain problem when we talk about changing leaders. Those are the changes in organizations, be it structure, new jobs, new business model, or operational model. So this is a bit of my spoilers, Palestine, a bit of my analysis and some very personal opinions, how I viewed the Atlas. And again, I think it's been a very good first study for us to make others in the forthcoming years and see how things are evolving. Very good, Danielle. Thank you very much. And then we're going to discuss, if you meant what we have is excess humbleness or lack of humbleness in the industry, but we're going to get there in a while. Daniel, okay, thank you. Justy, you who are a leader contesting this group, well, the stage is yours. Thank you, Balestrin. It's a pleasure to be here, Danielle. Great pleasure to share this panel with you. First, I'll apologize because Murphy's Law actually disconnected me twice on the computer, and I'm connected via mobile. It's a bit more stable, but there's a bit of improvisation in the camera. First of all, it's a great satisfaction to be here, Balestrin. Thank you for the invitation, the trust you had on KPMG to support the drafting of the first Atlas. And thank you for inserting my article. I'm afraid the line has been cut. He lost connection. I think his connection has dropped. I stopped hearing him. Okay, whilst Justy, I saw he was disconnected a couple of times and he came back quickly. Well, in the meantime, let me ask you a question that also drew my attention. I don't know if Justy was going to comment on it or not, but the fact that we have few, I don't mean little diversity. What we realize is that there was great respectability of executives and health leaders regarding their institutions, where they say there is respect towards diversity, be it cultural, gender, sexual option, it doesn't matter. They say it exists. But on the other hand, when you get the surveys themselves, you see very reduced number of Black people and of other ethnicities or races. How do you see that? Do you think it's a problem in the sample, or this is really the design that we have? I also paid attention to this. I remember the data exactly. 80% of the interviewees reported that in their organization, there's some initiative regarding inclusion and diversity. This is very good. So for me, before reading the result, I would never say 80, but I was very pleased. We are still on the learning curve to putting it in practice. One thing is you are having the initiative. So 80% said they have this initiative in their organizations. So the second thing is seeing these results in the structure at all levels, from the board to those providing care. It is a matter of time, perhaps. The world is moving towards that and maturing in terms of inclusion and diversity. If today we see that there is the initiative in the great majority, perhaps next year, 2 years, 3 years, we start seeing the results of this in practice in inclusion and diversity. I don't know if I'm being optimistic, but since this is gaining more momentum now, perhaps it's a matter of time. Justy, come on, let's go. You're on board again. Now you have no sound. Thank you, Balestrin. Let's try. Health is driven by carbon and concrete. All of a sudden, we realized in March that we would no longer have access to health via carbon and concrete. Our great transformation speech is based on telemedicine. The great weight to us is that the digital transformation is the upcoming of telemedicine, and it happened the way it happened, and there is no return. But it needs to advance a lot on various concepts, in my view. But I think it is quite interesting to think about some of the topics on the Atlas that coincide with the studies that KPMG has been developing here in Brazil and internationally. I've mentioned here in my article, Balestrin 3, that bring elements that actually confirm and endorse the view of the Atlas in terms advanced during the pandemic. It brings the perspective that digital transformation is a need for the health industry, but it brings this counterpoint as to how much it advanced. But we just invented telemedicine, but 72% of respondents said they haven't started and are about to implement. We also have another indication that 72% has not implemented any digitization program. 80% are still working on how and thinking about how to integrate patient data considering full care, and 87% said they haven't started or are about to start data analytics. So Balestrin, we have two phenomena, many respondents, 75% of them on the Atlas saying that the pandemic has sped up and digital transformation is necessary, and it's actually a reality. But many pieces of information brought by the Atlas of a huge space for us to move forward. And since we are at the chapter of human capital, the executive, what is our role into it? I mentioned this in my article. It's no use connecting, having robots, telemedicine, wearables, data, because the service, those that provide service and care in health are human beings. Because Balestrin, I think there is a huge challenge as to how to make digital transformation and cultural transformation, the development of leaders, and they should all move hand in hand. We know that it's no use having a great car if the driver is not prepared. They won't even manage to get out of the garage. So this is how to bring the human capital to the context of the digital age. We're very much based on the digital, on the industrial, industry age, in which we build relations with no multiple stakeholders with not a lot of information, and the main agent is not necessarily the client. The digital age drops it all. So today we build a network. We put voices to patients, to doctors, to the industry, to the researcher. And how do we make it all to happen? I think we have a great challenge of mindset. I think it is fundamental for us to address this topic. We have we've gone through a period of 18 months of great challenges to all of us to bring the professional context into our households, balance anxieties and expectations of the families, and make everything to work has been, is still in some situations, a huge challenge. And returning to a life that is a bit more normal, in which we try to separate work, family, and household, will be as difficult as it's been for us to get used last year. So this is an important topic, goes through mental health, Danielle mentioned, which is actually our taking care of human capital in this transformational context. Otherwise, you may have data, robots, connection, but it won't take off. Here, I'd like to congratulate CBX for the initiative, for the journey up to now, for the initiative on producing the atlas, and the role and the goal of CBX is actually quite noble to bring to the discussion the human capital in the context of transformation.
That's great. Let me make a comment here, not about what you've just said, but something to guide into our next topic. In our Congress of Brazilian executives in healthcare, and you are members of this group, you know that we based on 3 elements. First, knowledge. And as Daniel pointed it out, you try to obtain homogeneous knowledge among all the different links of the chain that are part of CBEX. The health executive, and it's important to say it, when we were approaching health executives, and there were 1,530 respondents to our survey, a very large number, including all Brazilian states, the whole country, 26 states plus federal districts. So it is a national sample. It shows average age. We know the average age of Brazilian executives in health are about 45 years. Executives or health leaders are those who have under their responsibility materials, medication, resources, people. These are leaders, regardless of being a CEO or as part of a team manager. They are all health leaders. Health leaders are also those which are in different areas, for example, hospitals, clinical labs, pharmaceutical industry, HMOs, and private and public likewise. There is interchangeability of people from all sectors. Daniel, for example, who used to work in consulting, now works in one of the largest hospitals in Latin America, Hospital Sírio-Libanês in São Paulo. There are others who have worked for pharmaceutical companies. Now they work in HMOs, HMO managers who then moved to hospitals, pharmaceutical industries who moved into different players, but always within healthcare. They are all health leaders, and this is why we have to work as a group to have a clear understanding, a homogeneous understanding of healthcare. We should not be given the impression that everything lies within the hands of your friends or of your organization. This is an important aspect because leaders should have a comprehensive understanding. They should have a clear capacity to indicate the best way to follow different circumstances and opportunities. I'm sure you are all familiarized with all of that. So how can we do it? by disseminating knowledge, such as preparing documents such as the Atlas, because if nobody knew who the health leaders were, now they are all known. We know health leaders are primarily Caucasian. They are primarily men. There is a trend, which is something very positive, a trend of having more female leaders in healthcare, which is better for health, because women are going to bring more soft skills on board and seeing management in a more people-centered care, people-centered way. And we can learn from different people. We can have an open dialogue and hear different perspectives, sharing a broad range of knowledge. These are health leaders, and through documents such as this and congresses that we are shortly going to have on site, or events and conferences such as this. And let me greet my dear friend Josie and Rodrigo, who are the people who end up really organizing this conference. So accept my warm greetings. But by doing that, by sharing, we become empowered people, we become leaders. And this is exactly what we showed in our survey. Said that, what are your impressions about diversity? Can it be useful for companies and for healthcare? Secondly, I would like to hear more about digital transformation. The first question that a health leader has is always, I have to learn more about digital transformation. I would like also to ask you to talk about Brazilian inequalities. And we know that São Paulo, the South region, the North region is different, the Northeast, South, we all have different needs. And we are at different levels of incorporation of technology, of adoption of telemedicine and digital transformation. If that's the conversation, right? I could be here on and on talking to you, but soon we'll be free from the conference. Maybe we can get together, have a drink and start and continue talking. Okay, so let me hear from you, Leonardo. Well, let me start addressing diversity. The Atlas brings some data that says that 50% of leaders are not people who trained in health. It promotes bringing experience from other sectors. So health executives now have an opportunity to grow and to expand health, but beyond promoting well-being and health, but as part of a whole chain. There is another important topic to be addressed, which is to break with silos. We talk a lot about that. Going into digital transformation and connecting that with diversity, we have different silos as well. The incentives in each silos vary. As we promote an exchange of experience, bringing together professionals from different areas, industries, and departments, we can really move towards breaking with silos and really moving ahead, and we will all benefit eventually. I believe that digital transformation, trying to connect all the different regions we have in Brazil, is always a challenge. In São Paulo, the experiences are different from the experiences that we may have in Curitiba, just to tease Daniel. And that's going to be different from what we have in the North and Northeast. Well, unfortunately, of course, this large country with an even distribution of income is something that really impacts all of us. It prevents us from having homogeneous distribution of services and realities, but we have to do more with the same resources we have. We have to do more with what we have at hand. And digitalization is going to add to efficiency. It's going to give us more interoperability. It will reduce redundancy and waste. Apart from fraud, of course, which is not going to be addressed now. But if I carry on, I'll just speak for the whole afternoon. You know me, I keep on talking and talking. But let me hand it over to Daniel. Thank you very much, Palestrine, for the opportunity. Just so little time. Health is a topic we all love to speak about, so I could really be here the whole afternoon. So Daniel, back to you, but thank you, Palestrine. It's been an honor to contribute to the Atlas and also share this panel with you and Daniel. Palestrine, Justi, I think diversity 80% of the respondents said that they had some ongoing initiative in terms of diversity, and we are going to see that in future editions. So yes, there is a benefit of having diversity. If innovation is a problem and digital transformation is a problem, how can we innovate if there is no diversity, if it's not a different setting? It's difficult to innovate if you just have the same. If our challenge is innovation, transformation, we need a setting with plurality, a diverse environment. And I think that leaders should really convince those led by him that they belong, that they are part of the organization. And this leads naturally to more projects, to more ideas. It brings really, and it makes us start walking our talk much more naturally. This is all connected with digital, and KPMG had many studies like that. So digital transformation, innovation, in 80% of cases fail because of people, because they do not know how to do it, because they resist doing it, because they have no talent, or because it was not part of a strategy in which technology becomes a means and not an end. So things are all interconnected, and we are always going to talk about it and get to the leaders, because leaders will generate, bring diversity, set it all in motion, and go from a talk into really a practice. Well, technology really helps us. If we think that Maranhão has 0.5 doctors per inhabitant, whereas Brasilia has 4.5, technology can help. But we need quality, we need appropriate training of our healthcare professionals, regardless of being in clinical practice or not. It would take more time to talk, but it involves also education. But we leaders are ultimately responsible for that. I think that if we don't have what we are looking for in the market, if we don't have the talent or the number of talents we need in the market as a leader, as an organization, you have a new responsibility. Create it, develop the skills that are not found outside. So this is a teaser to all of us. What have we been doing to really train the future health leaders in Brazil? Daniel, Leonardo, that's great. Daniel and Leonardo, yeah, sounds like you do it. Yeah, sounds like you do it. You can go into singing. Well, it's been wonderful. I had asked the organizing committee to show a QR code of the survey. I think it's not the one we can see on the screen. It's okay, no problem. If you are interested, we can send you the QR code. And I think that after everything we've said, I am sure that most of the participants would like to see the results of the survey. So please just visit www.cbex, as you can see, cbex.s.com.br. There is a banner and it can take you to the results of the survey. Well, thank you. Thank you all very much. I think it was wonderful. It was wonderful to be here with you and to have this informal conversation among friends. Because I think that all of us as leaders, we have to show people that we should build trust, friendship, and love. Thank you very much. Have a nice bank holiday. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye. Thank you.
And the first company meeting has reached its end. I hope you enjoyed. Over 20 companies, 60 leaders that shared great quality with us and you. Keep on sharing these experiences on social media. Tag the FIS initiative and repost our things. And stay tuned in. We are still having our last session. I hope you've enjoyed this week, this event, and we'll see you soon on FIS 21